And good morning. Happy Easter. Happy Easter. This is Easter Sunday today. All right, let's get to it. So, what are we doing today? VBox. Yesterday we got a lot of stuff cleaned up. So today we're going to make a lot more progress. At the moment, VBox, I believe, is just a stacking container. So if we put things inside it, they would just be on top of each other. What we want is for things in a VBox to be one next to the other in a vertical way, vertical layout. Kind of like a ladder, where you have different rungs. But to do this, especially with text, when you need to be able to tell the MC Lars, we've got to be able to tell the child how much space that they have in the width in case they need to adjust their height. So when a child is added, and I haven't really thought through this, I just relaxed last night. So we're going to figure it out now. But when a child is added, we need to be able to give them information on what their width and height is. Now, something that each one already has is this variable update. We could say, hey, your width is, boom, it's this value here, which happens to be ours. That might work pretty well. But we're also going to need to be notified if it changes. So what happens if the text changes within? Let's start making a list of these criteria. Let's see. So on variable update. I mean, these are ideas. That should be more of like a one of those. So what happens if the, let's say, height of a child changes? Right. It's like in this case, we want the height of this to be strongly equal to the top position of the next one. Sweet. Man, I'd love to be able to sing. I can play instruments. But singing? No. Hey, sarcastic Dante. Sorry, he snuck in there. So, And this one, not sure. Does a child notify? Oh, what do I play? What have I played? I currently don't play anything. I mean, to be fair, the last thing I played was a banjo. Um, but I'm an aspiring s- string player. But right, I guess the longest instruments I've played were saxophone, alto, and baritone sax for a number of years, um, for a long time. Then I also played bassoon, which is just crazy. You have 22 thumb keys, and was it seven octaves, maybe eight? I forget. Clarinet, it's a cousin of saxophone, so the fingering and everything is very similar. Um, so yeah, bassoon, sax, clarinet. I'd love to get a tenor. I think tenor is kind of the range I'd like to play right now. So the VBox sets the constraint that I think this one here is a good one. Quite a lot. So. I mean, three. I mean, saxophone and clarinet, they are so close that it almost doesn't count. Um, I mean, the tone's different, of course, all that. You can do a little bit more than on a clarinet because of the open holes. You can actually bend notes in a very interesting way that you could never do on a saxophone. Um, so you could kind of slide the notes up with a clarinet, and you'd never be able to do that on a sax just because sax have pads and you can't adjust. All right, this one here is a good idea. I like this here. And we could have the element itself. I don't know about this, but have the element set its own height constraint, which is interesting. Self-taught? For saxophone, no. No, I started playing sax when I was like in fifth grade. Bassoon was kind of a high school thing, and I was in like the advanced music classes and stuff in school. So I've actually been paid to play. So I guess I could say I was a professional musician. Um, yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Nice people. when the width of the VBox changes. Set. Oh, see, these two here, very, very similar when it's added. Set its width via the variable update. I don't like this. That's a bad idea because I think a better one would be that when the width of the VBox changes, set the width of the children via constraint. Here, actually, if we do that, that's a good idea. Mitch, morning. How you doing? Yeah, and if you're not familiar, oh, there we go. You're trying to play the piano? Trying being the keyword. That it just takes time. It takes a lot of time. And piano and piano is tough for me because I've never really played the multi-key multi-note instrument before. Like I've tried playing piano. Got a little, I actually got a piano that the kids play. And I tried playing that and it's so much exercise for my brain. Um, it wears me out pretty quick. Because there's so much that you have to learn with piano, right? It's got a limb independence. Um, you think about music in a different way than if you're doing like a single note instrument, right? Instruments that can only play one note at a time. Oh, and all self-taught. Yeah, I think like when you go through school and you're playing music, a lot of your own playing of music is also self-taught. I think I had a tutor early on, so like, that's also a possibility, right? Find some high school kid that wants to earn some money and get a tutor, right? It wouldn't be all that expensive. And let's see, GD native. Is Capitan awake? Capitan? Where are you, Capitan? Sorry, let me check on my Raspberry Pi here. Okay, Cap didn't wake up today. It's a Raspberry Pi. Oh, was it not there? No sessions. Did it reboot? Huh. Oh, I did tell it to do a bunch of updates yesterday. It must have rebooted after that. All right, Tmux. Let's just start a Tmux and wake up Capitan. All right, there we go. There. And Mitch, there you go. If you want the Genie Native stuff, um, it's going to be over at that location. All right. Oh, Didn't I start that in, hold on, Tmux? Yeah, it's in Tmux. Oh, you know what? I didn't. Okay, let's try again. There, that's better. Suspended jobs. Oh, that's our test, yes. Well, let's close that anyways. All right, I think this is the way to go here. Because if the height changes, then the item itself can set its constraints with cassowary. All right, that's, what else? I think that's it. Okay, so let's do that. So brainstorming. Okay, so let's do this. Set the width of the children on via constraint. So these two we have to do inside of, what is it? Update constraints, create constraints here. So we're going to put these in here. Yeah, I know. You don't want me to do documentation like that. It's okay. I just like the color. So much brighter. Then it looks like they updated my Starlink dish last night. All right. So the width of the children via constraint, we can do that. Child left constraint. Let's go ahead and have that. These two, top and bottom. See, we're not going to set the child's bottom size. This will be done by the child itself. But we do need to keep around the previous child's top and height variables. I guess that's the top and bottom variables, or just the bottom variable. So like the bottom plus one, probably. All right, so for this, we're going to have an option, let previous child bottom, none. All right, and as we go through this, the child props here that got registered, this is going to be the previous child bottom. Who sings this one? Yeah, this guy, the last place you look. He's got a very distinct voice. Kind of wish I knew his name. What do they call him? The last place you look. That's not like, So the top here is going to be different depending on whether or not we have a previous child. And some of these, we can actually change this. These can be tucked inside so that if we don't have the property, we're not doing this lookup. It's a little bit of an optimization. Let's change it for border box too. Yeah, like here, that should be inside. Then it makes it this nice little box, right? You can see that everything inside there is going to that. I like that. That's a visually appealing code. All right, what about screen? I think screen has the same issue. No, I already did this with screen. Okay, go back to VBox. Do we have to do anything with the child bottom inside of VBox? I don't think so. I think we just have to keep track of it. Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Hmm. See, I don't think so. I think all we need to do is store it. Self dot, no, not self. This was previous child bottom dot replace child bottom. Just put the previous one in there so that the next time we come around, the top of the next child can be one more than the previous. I think technically we're going to make them exactly the same. So in this case, where we do have a previous, well, we do have a child top, then inside we can do a little match here on the previous child. Let's fill out some match arms. Previous bottom. Now in this case we do something. In the other case we do this code that's right here. This just says that this child's top is going to be equal to the top of the VBox. Oops. Now, some of this though, why don't we just return the constraint? Let this be equal to C, equal that, toss a semicolon at the end, remove that there. We'll see if the types are the same. I think they should be. Well, in this case, they will be because it's exactly the same code. That top can come out. Actually, do we need top for this? No, we only need that in one case. So we need the previous child bottom, so this is going to be equal to previous bottom. It must be equal to this child's top. Yes. You know what we can do here. Constraints can also be copied, but since we're not doing anything with it, we're just going to take it. Oh, is this a named variable? Ah, you know what, let's put that back, take the take off of there. I didn't look at the error message. I should have. Rust error messages are fantastic. Type annotations needed here. So yeah. Why does it think that this is an option? Hey, Commander Thrashden. How you doing, buddy? You streamed the other day? Nobody came? I noticed that it was really, really light the other day too. It was really light. Huh. Why does it need to know the type annotation here? But did you get stuff done? Also, um, I noticed that people tend to um, look at the VODs too. So see, that's a named variable, and we should be able to say blah dot variable off of that. And Commander Thrashin, I noticed that sometimes, like the Twitch notifications don't go out, which really really affects it, and that's nothing. Like we really can't do anything about that, which sucks. Oh, a simple stream cipher. Oh, that's cool. Oh, cool. Yeah. There's a lot of syntax that you don't know. Oh, I see what it's saying. It's saying that up here it doesn't know the type. This is an option to named variable. And prop site that borrows it, doesn't it? So this type here is wrong. You want to refresh your feelings in Rust? I understand. Oh, let's import that. Interfaces are good. Yeah. Oh, you're adding a bit of interface to Lisp as well. Static dispatch lib. Oh, cool. Like got some hair. Oh, it's my chin hair. It's like curling up into my mouth. I couldn't find it. It's like tickling me. All right. Let's just say the child bottom dot variable. Well, let's just use that. Change this to variable. Variables are very cheaply cloned, and we don't need it more than that. I like interfaces. You trimmed your mustache like 50 minutes ago? 'Cause what's going inside your mouth too? Yeah. Yeah, here we'll probably end up trimming everything today. Going with that stash we were talking about before. So expect something different tomorrow. Oh, yes, that does need to be mutable. Thank you. Thank you, Shake Weight. All right, this can go away because I don't think we have to do anything else here. The child's going to set its own height for that variable. Okay, so the width of the children be a constraint. I think we've done that because we set the left and the left and right. All right, we also set the top. We do not set the bottom though. The child's going to set its own bottom. Well, sorry, we set the constraint up for the bottom, but we don't know where that's going to be. Okay, that might actually work. That's amazingly simple. What was the next thing? Now, in this case, we have to have the element setting its own height constraint. And we don't have anything doing that currently. Because what if you had a VBox inside a VBox? These things need to know how to set their, we might have just found a flaw here. Have the element setting its own height constraint. I guess if it knows its height constraint. Let's see how it works out. Because the leaf node elements here, they would know what their sizes are. Like images, right? You set its width, it's going to have to scale itself according to whatever rules it's following and set its height. Or vice versa, right? You'd set its width, you'd set its height, it'd set its width. And then the same for text, right? Because text is going to have to wrap. So when it wraps, it would have to adjust its height. All right, let's try to get, let's see, does this build? Or go build. And we'll give this a try. Just want to make sure it's not busted. But we don't have anything that's going to fit in there yet. So this is what we have so far. Okay. We've got an outer border box. Well, we've got layout, screen. These two are border boxes. Change it. Border box outer. Ah. Oh, those aren't allowed? Fine. Border box inner, then text. We do not have VBox in here yet. Ideally, we would have like a VBox right there. Let's put this up there. that inside the VBox. So how would this work? This is more accurate to what I think we're going to happen. We're going to have. Let's see. Let's call this text border box 2. Let's give these kind of descriptive names so we can debug them properly. It feels like I'm missing constraints to make this work. Right, so far everything's been top down, but in this case, we're going to need things to go kind of bottom up as well. Let's give that a save. We've got a little bit of art up here in the top left. Let's close that. UI test. Yeah, because it doesn't have a height. So this VBox isn't actually setting the height constraint on this. Let's see if it actually works, because I think the constraints are getting set up. So VBox, as we saw, oh, we're panicking. VBox should have layout when exiting tree. No, that's okay. All right, gonna leave those for now. So I don't think those are going to affect us at the moment. Okay, but we're gonna save this, close it for a bit. Okay. Look at the constraints here. So screen, it's saying that your outer constraints are being set. Right? So your width, or rather your left side is 0, your right side is 0. Excuse me, your left and top, and then your right and bottom are equal to the screen width and height. So we've got this box set by screen. All right, and then inside screen we have a border box. And the border box has all the border information in it, right? For the curves, the padding, the margin, etc. So we have to take those into account when setting the child's boundaries, right? It's top, it's bottom, it's left, it's right. Because we take our left, add those pieces of the border to it, and say that the child's left is equal to that. So the child is going to be inside the other one. We're saying that these are required. All right, child top constraint. So we set those equal to that, which makes sense so far, right? Then we get to VBox, because we have a VBox inside of a border box inside of a screen. Right. Now in this case, we're going to set its left and right. Okay, that's easy. It's the same as before, right? Like our left is, the VBox's left is equal to the border box's left, which is equal to the screen's left. Same thing for its right. But the top. The child's top is going to be equal to the top of the border box, which is the same as the top of the screen, if there wasn't a previous child. Okay. If there was a previous child, then our top is equal to the previous bottom. That makes sense. But we don't set the height of the child. I feel like that there is okay, but we do have the constraint saying that at the top and bottom are just kind of, they're equal, right? Now, inside this, we've got a border box again. And this is saying that our bottom is equal to these things, right? Which so far it's all lining up, right? Our top is equal, but the problem is we don't have a height set anymore because the VBox doesn't set our bottom. Here it just says that, oh, you know what? We'll store it, and the next one's top is going to be equal to that. Here, I think we need to have some other constraint that says the height of the VBox is equal to the sum of the heights of the children. Although I don't know if that's helpful. But no, I think we need that. So the bottom of the VBox is equal to the last bottom. So when we come out of this, we set that. And constraints here, okay, technically that's 3. So we'll just, with capacity, that at 3. So if we have a previous, what if we don't have a previous child? Then we don't really get displayed, and that's okay. All right, so if let some previous child bottom, or I'll just take that out of there, take ownership of that. Okay. This is just going to have one thing in it. And this constraint is going to be, what is it? We want props get bottom. Where is it? Here. Oh, no, that's not it. Self-container get variable bottom. Something like this. So that's the VBox's bottom. Then we'll have the constraint here. And this will be that the child bottom is going to be weighted relation equal to required hour bottom. Then we add those constraints. But what is a child that has this constraint? And is this already set? Oh, you know what? This is already set by the parent, right? Because in this case, we have the VBox instead of a border box, and the border box, let's say, hey, your bottom is equal to my bottom minus the border. Okay, let's not do this yet. Might do this later. It feels like there's a situation where we need that. And it feels like the VBox needs to have clipping and scrolling. Hmm. We'll probably have some other type for the scrolling. Wouldn't want to overload this with it. All right, and that means that we come back to the point where a VBox's height is actually defined by its children's height. No, 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 no. Whatever. Figure it out. It's more like the location of the VBox is defined by the parent, but the height of the VBox doesn't actually influence the height of the children. I mean, maybe it should. Maybe we should say, oh, you know what? The child get all sorts of space. But in the UI that I'm thinking of, it doesn't need it. 'Cause it's not like this is splitting the space evenly, right? Hmm. All right. That seems okay. Now, when we get further in, because now we have a VBox inside of a border box inside of a screen, right? But if we place that next border box inside this VBox, that border box isn't going to be setting its own height. The child of that will be the grumpy game dev. Good morning, kind sir. Good morning. You are kind, aren't you? Happy Sunday. Happy Easter, everyone. All right. I think this will work because then, yeah, this might just work. You are a kind. I'm gonna pour some tea. Yeah. Is this miracle of sound? There we go. Yeah, miracle of sound. All right, so let's get text wired up for this. Where is text? I thought we had UI text. No? We have a text control. What is text layout? Oh, yes, it's part of text. We might move this. All right. Yeah, I kind of want to move this. Source UI text.rs. It'll renaming that. Da, da, da. Hold on a sec. All right, we'll have a moving a goat break in a bit. I gotta move some grain actually today. Let's close that. Git move source controls UI. No, text.rs to source UI text.rs. There we go. Oh, and then in lib we have to update this. See, I'm saying that controls are things that are composite. You have like many things. Let's go into here. Mod text. Above use text, colon text. Which probably means that controls are broken. Okay. Canvas might go away. What is canvas? Width, height, border material. Is this just like a... huh. Oh, this is that. Oh, this can go away. I think. Yeah, we create mesh instances. Yeah, this goes away. We don't need this anymore. Oh, lovely. Okay. Well, it's not wired up right now. We'll get to that eventually. Oh, Belgianal. Good morning. How you doing, Belgian? We're gonna work on text. Cargo build. Let's make sure that still builds. I don't think there's. Oh, button wants it. Is button actually wired up right now? Let's go in lib, because we don't need controls wired up. Shapes? What's in shapes? Oh, yeah, we need that. Text. All of our extra text stuff. Technically, like all of this could go under UI. This could go into like Source UI text mod. You remember I wasn't streaming with my face? No, I stream with a computer. But yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, and happy Easter. Welcome. Yeah, you missed the big stash. I shaved it off. So, and then we've got this big face mode, and then regular face mode. So, kind of want to move text. Turns out your face has a really low bit rate. It's funny. All right, let's. So now we're at the point where we need to get. Thank you, Belgian. We need to get text working. UI text, UI text. So this doesn't know that it's inside of a container, right? It needs to be able to add itself. It needs to be able to have properties, things like that. So if we look at what a container has, just the properties here, it's got a name, it has a layout, it has a container, and we might want to split these up into two pieces. So where's this used in here? On tree entered. It adds itself. Okay. Take parent container. That's when we're leaving. Name. That's a self thing. Layout. That's pretty much used by self. Container. Same thing. It's like where we add ourselves to this. Variables. These are our own variables. But this one might not actually belong. Add child constraints. What I'm thinking here is that this needs to be broken up into two pieces because our leaf nodes don't have the same sort of requirements that our branch nodes have. Oh, I've got to move a goat. Um, it's not going to take me very long. I just have to carry a grain bucket out to the milking this morning. Um, yes, we have goats. Um, so I'll be right back. Give me 6 minutes, 5 minutes. Looks like it's set to 5. I will be right back. And we're back. All right. I just kind of rolled out of bed today to do this. Today is a pajamas day. So we were talking about where these things end up. So if we look at this, child's constraints ends up one, two, three places. Is that it? And the rest are all dealing with the item entering and exiting the tree. How much of these do we have any other selves being used here? Layout, that's fine. We could pass layout in there. Layout again. Yeah, maybe we split this into two things. Because I think this one here is needed for leaf nodes. Right? Layouts needed for leaf nodes or all nodes. Variables, all nodes. Register variables. Again, all nodes. Tree entered. It's a horrible name, but what is it doing? Oh, it's adding itself. This is more like add myself to the parent node. Yada yada. Add variables, get variable. Yeah, let's split this up. What do we call the one that is for all nodes? Because really, containers is kind of this one. Add child constraints, deregister constraints, register constraints. Maybe we call this one constraints. Let's put that up here. Obstruct. Do we already have a constraints in here? No. Okay. Move this up. Take these, three of them, toss them in some sort of impl for it. So let's go ahead and give this a name anyways. What else? Yeah, layout's going to need to be passed in. What is this? This is a instance layout shared. Okay, we just need a type for that. No, it's an option. Option to one of those. Okay, that's fine there. Now, we just broke a lot of other things. It's fine. We need constraints, and this needs a new name. I would call this node, but node is probably defined by 2 or 3 of our dependencies. I don't want to deal with that. Call it UI node. Then it'd be a UI node. What's a good name for that? Thoughts? This is so you understand a little better what it is. Um, like a VBox would be one of these, or rather, it would have one of these, right? A border box, which is just a container, would also have one of these. Scope guard defer? What? What are you talking about, man? I'm not familiar with that. Is that a Rust thing? Oh, wow. Oh, what? Wow. That is neat. I that could get a little okay, so it's basically a closure that runs on when it drops, right? That's interesting. Huh. Well, thank you for pointing this out. In this case, we could do all sorts of stuff with that. I don't know. I think it might just make the code harder to understand, though. So I think I'm gonna not use it unless I have to. All right, this song has fallen out of favor. Ah, for some fake object. Got it. Yes, that makes sense. Let's just call it node. Layout container. layout node. All right, and we can break this into another file. Constraints, source UI, constraints.rs. Come on, come back. Give that a save. UI mod. All right, what else do we need? Ah, yes, the cassowary stuff. That one's good, or hopefully it is. We'll get to using that. Now back to container. Let's create maybe a layout node. Source UI. This doesn't appear to use GD native, except for spatial. It's got a mod, not text mod. This is UI mod. Excuse me. This should be super containers variables, same thing. Instance should be from GD native. Prop coming out of super. Named variable, same thing. Oh, the cassowary variable. RC. What else? Ah, yes. Our expected doge rate. Man, All like congested today. Named variable should be in UI, named variable. Okay, where else? VBox, screen, VBox. Isn't layout node in super? Does it need to be pub use for it to be available to the children? Is that? Yeah. Oh, weird. Oh, I see, because we're re-exporting it there by making it public. Could make that pub self. What's it like this? And that does that limit it to that node in the tree and below? No. Huh. Strange. We could look those up. I don't use them enough. I would like to know them better. All right. Where's the errors? Constraints is not used. Yes, because container's not the right thing for that any longer. We call the new one constraints. All right, so that'll be constraints. That will as well. This will. That's right. Now we have to pass in self dot. Why don't we just pass in the whole other thing? Self dot node layout dot layout. This should return an option to a layout, to a borrowed layout. And maybe we should call that mutable layout. Can we just extract this to a variable? This is probably not going to work though. Mismatch. All right, let's do the same thing here. All right, let's clean up these, finish up with border box, container. All right, now for screen, add child constraints. Self-type container. This is not the same anymore. This is a layout node. Now we want constraints. Okay, now these should all be constraints. Oh, the other thing I wanted to try, come to think of it, was in border box, we had the update constraints function. I wanted to try extracting this into a variable and then use it in both places. But because we have the exclusive borrow here, it is on self though. All right, back to here. You know what, let's do the same thing. Grab this, toss that there, layout and layout. Okay, now where's the next error? VBox. And layout node does not have, wait, VBox, we're still in VBox. Oops, that should be lowercase. All right, now that we've broken that into two places, come on, layout node. Oh, these are constraints. It did get it. Okay, cannot borrow it more than one time. We had to wait for those errors. Next phase of the compiler got us. If we put this here, though, instead, is it happy doing it this way? See, I don't think it's going to be happy with this. But it is. Why is it? Because it's a local and it can give up the. Is this a non-lexical lifetimes thing? So we're passing in an exclusive reference here. Now we're taking this. I think so. Because the lifetime of this ends up being shorter than the lifetime of this. All right, let's fix the other ones real quick. Where is it? Border box. All right. Associated functions never used. Height. Okay, those are okay there. Now let's go back into text, UI text. Because now that we have these split up, now we can just use the layout node. We'll use that for getting this into the tree. Layout node, new. What is this, text? All right, now we've got a couple of lifetime things. Let's go see where it's used in a simple version, VBox. The layout node is used in enter tree for registering the variables in ready. I mean, to me, it feels like these are always the same. Let's just create an enter tree there. Layout node. That's also going to take an owner. And the variables. Just a moment. All right. And what does add variables want? Add variables wants, or P is iterator. Hmm. All right. So we have our prop list. Self dot layout. Yeah, it looks like we might get some baby goats born today. Easter kids. Let's see, it looks like the parent is called Swoop. Oh, we didn't save that yet. Okay, there we go. Now let's do a ready. Um, do these really need to be in line? I mean, it's not like they're happening all the time. No, no. Oh, that one's just silly small. I think we want owner as well. Somebody's excited over there. All right, now exit tree. Let's see, do we need anything else there? Just owner. I think these should probably take a reference to that. We'll see. Yeah, those are fine. Just trying to get the lifetime ones. We have this update constraints, that we're going to leave alone, and that's it. Okay. Let's go look at border box. Because I think border box, yeah, it's got the same thing there. What about in enter tree? It's actually the same props. Add variables, yada yada. Okay. Ready? Yep, all three. Reed Rayner, good morning. Good morning. We're gonna have some goats soon. More goats. Probably gonna be born today. How are you doing? Yep, those are the same. That's fine. Okay, good, good, good. Perfect. All right, just deduplicating stuff. Let's check screen. Yeah, screen's a little different. And that's okay. That's why we did it that way. Screen can't have the same thing. All right, now going back to text. Did we do VBox? Yeah, VBox is where we started. We did border box, checked spatial. Now we go to text. Ha! And so it begins. Hold on. Uh, I told the last one that you gave us, actually, the last one I recorded. So the last one you gave was two muffins sitting in the oven. One turns to the other and says, "It's pretty hot in here, right?" The other says, "Whoa, a talking muffin." That's so funny. Uh, we're gonna go back to VBox and text. So text on the top, VBox on the bottom. We just need to get the life cycle thing set up. That ready. So does this one have enter tree? I don't think it does. Oh, it does. Okay. So we need this too. Is that the right spot though? I do that first. Self.layout? I don't know. Oh, my .dot files available on GitHub. Yes, they are. Yes. Although I might move them to SourceHut in the future. I like having the variety, you know? GitHub's nice. GitHub's really, really nice. I think they do a good job. Okay, exit tree, then ready. Do we have ready? No, we don't. Let's create a ready. Actually, let's just copy and paste ready. You're welcome, Cussix. Yeah, yeah, it does. And GitHub is its workflow is not a decentralized workflow, right? So if you're using Git for the decentralized nature and its capabilities, then GitHub doesn't really do that. They don't support it, right? Like I have to have a GitHub account in order to be able to send somebody a patch. Right? I can't even know their email address to send a patch to in order to make a change on GitHub. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, please, please, please educate me on this. Um, but it appears as though I have to have an account. And that's not how Git's supposed to be. It's very kind of locked in, like that. And I like SourceHut, even though it's a little harder to use for people who aren't familiar with how to send like a patch or something via email. Um, oh, hey, Tadas. Actually, I'll go look at it real quick. Oh, I thought I saw a tab there. There it is. So, SourceHut is slim, right? It is just, um, yeah, issues also behind the login page. See, like, SourceHut is completely open source, completely open source. So you could set up your own SourceHut instance, etc., if you wanted to. Um, now, this is some stuff like Stitch. We're actually using Stitch for smoothing out Starlink stuff. Okay. Now, this is one of my open source repos. It's public. It's got a license in it. Um, all that. It's like, was it BSD license, MIT license? I don't remember. MIT license. But okay, so to answer the question, how's it different? Um, in order to send a patch set or something to this, like let's say I wanted to be able to submit a change. Richard Stallman disapproves of GitHub? No, sure. I mean, Richard Stallman disapproves of a lot of things. I don't think he's been very quiet on that either. Um, so, sidestepping the Richard Stallman conversation, um, if you wanted to, you could simply send a patch via email to the mailing list that is set up for this. Okay. Now, if we did that, let's see, where would it show up? That's going to be over here in the lists, and we've got like the Stitch development stuff. And somebody, like if there was a patch that came in, somebody could just email the patch in. They wouldn't have to create an email account or anything like that, or like a SourceSet account. You don't have to do that at all. Just toss it over the fence, and I can respond to it, can accept it, can integrate it. It would still have all of your Git information in it, but it is using a more accurate distributed Git system. Let's see, where's one that we've done that? I think I've got an example of this. Um, where's Mitch? Do we have Mitch in here? Where'd it go? Bintel. No, it's not there. Source that. Where's Mitch? Here's Mitch. I don't see it. Oh, uh-oh. in a sec. Um, okay, we'll have to out of memory allocation of a huge amount failed. Good morning. Check out YouTuber Hall. Let's get that running again. That I'm not sure. I copied that. Um, actually, is let me see. Users in chat. Yeah, okay. All right. Just gonna toss that in there for now. Only emails and pigeons. That's right. That's right. Yeah. What were you sending? The Library of Congress? Actually, the Library of Congress would fit in that. Maybe not their video section. But, all right. Let's keep going. So yeah, I mean, you can do quite a bit different things. It's also got build tools, so you can set up builds that happen on commit, that happen on like when somebody submits a patch, you can have a build kickoff. You have to-dos, mailing lists, all sorts of stuff in here. You could use Mercurial if you wanted, but it's also really thin. Like the UI is minimalistic for a reason, and it's fast. It just does what it's supposed to. So you can click through it, you can get your stuff, you can examine bits, right, see the blame view, et cetera, et cetera. So, but I use RFC 2549. I don't know that one. What is that one? Yes, yes. The avian internet. All right, so we got ready, enter and exit. So we got those for that. A variable update, it will need units per meter, et cetera. Okay. More than free. Okay, now we don't have create constraints set up because that's going to be a little different. It's not going to have the add child bits, but whenever it gets created, we're going to have to somehow set up some constraints. Does source hut not have PRs and issues? It has issues. They're called to-dos. Did I close it? Um, so like with Stitch, it's got tickets here. So you can have multiple trackers, and the mailing lists are here. So discuss, development, etc. And you can submit patch sets this way. Um, I think you can also just submit them via the UI. That's been a new thing. Let's see. Oh no, that's gonna. Don't save that. I usually just email it if I need to. Can they hook into Rust to do crate? That's a great question. I don't know. They do have a pretty good API for all of these. So you could set up credentials, etc., in order to be able to manage that. But yeah, that's possible. Mailing list archive, etiquette, patches, no patches. Oh, new post, just, yeah, it's opening my email again. And then settings. I think if we come back over to Git, we go into Stitch, we can prepare a patch set. Use this or blah to send upstream changes. This is new. Select branch master. Let's say this one. Continue. Yeah, so you can, if you didn't want to use email, you could do the whole GitHub thing, create a source set account, create a patch set, send it over, etc. PRs are pretty much external branches. Uh, oh, hold on. Halsey Wait for It is on the front page at the moment. Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. Where is it source set? Browse projects. Yeah, I like how it's minimal. It's then it kind of doesn't need accounts and things like that to be able to use it. You can. Oh, sr.ht. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, if I log out. Gotcha. Let's try that, actually. Uh, oh, I see. Featured projects. Seriously? Who chooses what's featured? Huh. Which is funny because this isn't what I use anymore. I actually use Stitch because Stitch does a little bit more. Stitch does RTMP negotiation as well. So it's like wait for it plus plus. Wait for it's great for other things though. So that's funny. Okay. Better write it in the README. That's fine for what it does. Um, I don't want to do that right now. Maybe later. Ah, this moment brought to you by Scalding Hot Tea. All right. So now text should attach. And if you weren't here an hour ago, let's go over what's happening. Let's see, will it build? Because if it'll build, then we'll just walk through it. So we're using a constraint solver called Cassowary. We're using a constraint solver called Cassowary that we're using to manage how the UI, how the layout works with itself. Right? So an outer thing has an inner thing, and how does the inner thing get its width and height, and the thing inside of that, and the VBoxes, how do they get um, the top left, bottom right of the children positioned correctly, etc. So let's give it a run. And what we have so far is we have, there it goes, it's UI layout. We're going to turn off some of these elements. Now, we've got what's called a screen, and this thing manages the resizing of the screen and is the outermost constraint. So this is your space. Okay, so if we then take this and drag it, you can see that this border box, the outer border box here, changed shape. Okay. Now, if we put another border box inside that, actually, let's just duplicate that one. Put that there. Get rid of its descendants. Yes. Give that a save. And here, if we reload that, okay, now you can see that one is inside the other, etc. You have a friend that has a similar problem, so you just, oh, yeah, the best one's actually, what are they playing? They're playing on the PS3. They're playing a fighting game. My wife and my daughter are playing a fighting game on the PS3. My wife is just like button mashing, and she's telling my daughter to stop cheating because my daughter knows some moves. Oh. The Rust, yes, we are using the Rust bindings for Godot. Yes, we do. And that's GD native. Oh, thank you, Xenocron. But going back to Mufree, we have a 10-second delay that is brought to you by Stitch, right? And if you look at this, you can see that currently, hey, we would have lost packets otherwise. Um, Starlink is fast enough that when the connection comes back, it's just going to slam a whole bunch of data upstream. You can see that it's going up and down, up and down. Here it's coming back down. So, well, it's kind of like a bumpy patch with Starlink, but yeah, and here you guys are probably buffering just for a moment, because when that data buffer ran out, that's it. Now the buffers build back up for our next sort of outage. And the purpose of this was so that, actually, where's OBS? Let me bring OBS over. We used to get like 6 to 10% frame drops, right? But we don't, thanks to Stitch, right? Because Stitch is accepting the data, sending it to a server that's closer to Twitch, that's on the other side of Starlink. I have it like a $5 a month Linode server, right? Which is this one here. And this thing out there on Linode connects to Twitch, and it has the 10-second buffer. So it does detect timeouts and stuff like that. It's just that it is very aggressive at dropping frames and dropping frames here. But it's not great. Like if you have that and you want to be able to keep the VODs for archive, etc., because all these VODs end up over on YouTube. And I wanted to improve the quality of those VODs. I also wanted to have fewer drops and hiccups for people watching, because some people will just kick it off in the background, right? Just stay here with us, gonna hang out. Um, and if you get those little Twitch hiccups, then it goes into like, oh, you get the little button where you have to hit the red button in the middle. And if that's happening all the time, people just go to some other stream. So it also smooths that out, so people don't get that as often. Um, oh, and thank you for the follow, guys. So back to this. So we have a screen which defines the outermost area, a border box. This is a box that defines a border and it displays the border. Now this border is kind of cool. in that we can increase the border radius, like the top right. Like we can just click and drag and change this thing. We can also change the thickness of it, right? You can see how the inner curve on those is, see how this corner radius is smaller than this one up here. So when this border comes in, it actually becomes a 90-degree angle once it passes that curve. But this one up here is a little larger, so it still manages to curve. So you don't pay for the traffic on Linode. They give us like a ton of traffic every month. I think you get like a terabyte of data. It's a huge amount of data. And then here we're doing what? It's like 1.5 megabit per second. So, and then it goes past that. And sure, they might charge me something else. I could check real quick because we've been using Linode. Uh, I'm not going to bring that on screen, but I'll tell you the data. Okay, logging in. I mean, if depending on the screen, we'll see. Yeah, we're doing about 2 megabit per second constant right now. Yeah, how do I? So it's going to show me the huh, images, stack scripts, yada yada. Yeah, it's not actually giving me a whole lot. Billing and contact info, because I don't think I've used all that much. Oh yeah, so each month I have a terabyte and I've used 10 gigs. So we use 10 gigs. I have 989 gigs left. So, and given here, we'll go ahead. It looks like I've streamed, let's see, maybe using this system, a quarter of the days. So if we multiply the 10 by 4, we'll end up with, say, 50 gigs. That still gives me a lot of data. Yeah, it's a lot less. So, all right, going back to the other conversation. So you have border boxes inside border boxes, and you can see that one changing affects the other. But then we get into a VBox, right? And a VBox is something that has multiple children. And inside this, we're going to have a border box inside the VBox. So let's go ahead and delete this one. So now that you know what a border box is, a VBox is just going to stack things. So we'll end up with, let's say we have these two text elements. These should be like one on top of the other. Okay. The problem, though, that we're having is that, or what we're trying to solve is the ability to not know what the height is going to be right up front. So the text box has to be able to tell its parent or be able to tell the constraint solver what its height is, because the VBox and the border box aren't going to be able to set the text's height. They don't know what it is. Um, Technically, this border box is going to have its height set. Well, it'll say that its height is equal to this text object's height. It's going to set that constraint like an algebraic equation, like my height equals your height, but they're both unset. So the child is going to set its height once it knows what its width is, because it'll have the width, it'll have the font information, etc. And it'll be able to calculate what the height is. So once this text object knows what its height is, it'll set a constraint saying, my height is this, it's required to be this, which will then trickle back up the tree. Well, in the constraint solver's mind, it's just a solver. So it'll solve it, and then once it knows that this value is what it's supposed to be, is set, then it can actually set the height of the border box, and then it'll set the height of everything else inside of the VBox. So once this one's height set, then this top position can be set, etc. So it's kind of neat using a constraint solver for this. You pay 15 bucks a month for one core, 4 gigs of RAM, and unlimited transfer. Yeah, who are you using? Oh, here, we can bring this on screen. Oh, these aren't Apple's rounded edges. We made these. They're cubic Bezier rounded edges. I mean, what do you expect? You can see earlier when we did hit 0, um, we had a little unstable event. But other than that, Stitch has really helped out. For that price, you could get 2 cores. Let's go put this back. By VM, Frantech. Gotcha. So we're going to try to set up the constraint for the text object so that it knows what its height is, sets it, and then everything else gets adjusted. Okay, we're going to close out Godot. You can see that these things here do not have a height. And the other cool thing about this, if you haven't seen this before, this is all in 3D space. So if we display this, this isn't an image in 3D space. This is tessellated shapes in 3D space. So we've built this up so we can have crisp, gorgeous looking fonts in 3D space, nice UI edges, etc. in 3D space. We're going to use this probably in a number of the games. Back to front view for now. All right, we can see that this is a test. These are probably both in the same spot. Yeah, yep. And the V boxes are identical, so they just need to have their height constraint set. Let's see if we can do that. Oh, they're playing more Skullgirls. It's a fun game. Does it work in GLES 2? I believe so. Actually, let's. Because what we're doing is we're using instance characters for the text. And let's pop this back over, GLES 2. Yeah, save and restart, that's fine. I believe it will work in GLES 2 because we're not using anything that's GLES 3 specific. Yeah, okay. It resizes still. Even though we can't switch to wireframe in this mode, it still works in this mode. Yep, no backing face, that's fine. That's what we expect. But it's still gorgeous looking font in 3D space. However, I do like to see the other, the vertex mode so we can test things out. And we'll get to these in a bit. Okay, so while that's doing that thing, quit it, close it, thank you. So after text renders, it has to update its height constraint because you set the width of these, and Godot, the units in Godot are in meters. So when you saw those things on the screen, like that text is meters. Um, let's see, we have our layout node, we've got our render state. A lot of this is just to support rendering the text. Now, how much of this is actually used? Okay. Some of this might actually be not, maybe ancient. I'm gonna do a quick check. See, this isn't used. After set text. Why isn't this used? What does setting the text do now? Just calls layout? Is that right? Well, it looks like it's just calling layout anyways. That's fine. Get rid of that. Layout gets called, and then if it's in the tree, it has to calculate everything. A while ago, we wrote this TTF parser, not the TTF parser, the parser measuring stuff. So we're using a crate that we wrote called TTF word wrap. So you can word wrap true type fonts, variable width true type fonts. So we wrap, we'll get to that later. That color, that's not used. Get rid of the code word dreaming of. Okay, it should be in the tree now. We should be able to see this. Let's change this to text, update. Units per meter, scale, height. Yes, this is what we want. Flexbox sizing. No, that goes away. Flexbox layout. Do we even use that anymore? 'Cause I know I had split this up into two places. Yeah, that goes away. This goes away. Because we're not calling layout anymore. We were trying to do like a flexbox before, but it just didn't make sense. It was much harder to use than cassowary, and I think cassowary is just being a constraint solver gives you a lot more freedom. Okay, so at this point, after we do layout, we need to remove and add our constraint. So first thing, let's store a constraint. We need our height constraint. That and the no. I type that all the time. I just da 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 because I'm using Dvorak. So this is S and L on the American keyboard, and it's just so easy to like da 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 da, which it's S, was it S L, was it? No, it's L S L E, no D, L S L D, none. Hmm. All right. So if we have that constraint, we need to remove it. If let some height constraint All right, let's just call it C. Because if we're calling layout, yeah, we're going to take this. It's not going to be set at the end of this. You'll see. Self dot, what is it? Layout node. I want to get the layout. We could get a mutable reference to the layout. Now, what do I want to do with this? In this case, yeah, no. In this case, we want to be able to set the constraint on it. Um, do we have something that already does that though? Add container, parent container. See, we also have constraints, but these are kind of specific to child constraints, not constraints in general. Should we simplify this? So we could just say these are just constraints, and adding when you add a constraint, you are adding a child constraint. Do we ever remove constraints? Oh, when we deregister. I keep forgetting about that. But this does a drain. Let's rename this to just add constraints. Yes. Write everything. Now instead of this being child, let's rename that. Let's say this is constraint owner. Oh, look, we still have screen here. Format bang. Self that name. Can I remove constraint? Do we have any mention of child in here now? No. Good. Okay. Let's go back to text. And instead of height constraint, let's change that. This is just going to be constraints. There we go. Okay. Now for this one, we will do self dot constraints dot deregister constraints. That should just drain it all. And we need to give it the self dot layout node dot mutable layout. Okay. Then we can add a constraint while we're in here in the tree, if we are in the tree, what's it complaining about? All right, then at the end, we register constraints. And if it's nothing, it's fine, right? We'll just do that regardless. Self-pick constraints, we'll add one. And the owner is going to be us. So it's going to be owner dot, was it upcast? Upcast, colon, node. No. Add constraints wants a spatial, doesn't it? What's it want? Oh, no, wrong one. That's screen. We want constraints. Rough node. Okay. Upcast.claim. Give that a claim. And then the constraint. Now that also needs to be an iter, right? A vector. So, okay. This constraint is going to be, now we need the variables and we need the constraint, the weighted operators. So we need to get its height, no, it's height property. It's, in this case, that would be its bottom. How do we get that? That's going to be off of self dot, it's actually a layout node. We keep the properties in there. Get variable, reference, prop to bottom. Oh, really? Huh. No, in this case, okay. That just, yeah, we just expect Godot early. Okay. Weighted relation required to be, actually we need top too, because it's, the bottom is going to be equal to the top. Oops, that should be two statements plus the height. So that's going to be top plus, then whatever our height is, layout.height. Let's extract that into a variable. All right, so we have our height, we have our top and bottom. And we're going to say that our constraint here is that the bottom position is equal to, this isn't assignment, right? This is just a constraint. It's an equation, right? You have the left side, it's equal to the right side. So bottom is equal to top plus height. And we feed that into the constraint solver and register it. And then when our width changes and everything, hopefully this will work. Oh, what is this? Mismatch types. Found partial constraint. What is this? This is a variable. And that variable is, yeah, it's a cassowary variable. Good. I wonder why. Is it the F-32? Is this confused about something? I mean, it might be something else. Expected struct variable found partial constraint. Oh, colon colon equals. There we go. That should work. Are you feeling lucky? Give it a build. Nice. Oh, move after because of self.name. Self.name there. Okay, there we go. All right, let's kill that. Where's Godot? Hold on. Interruption incoming. All right. Oh, look at that. Well, it moved. Like now. Nice, nice, nice. Do these not have a height? Oh, and we added some debugging. So we had text update. Bottom is equal to that. Very cool. Very cool. VBox, that's right, gets set. Text left is set, which is good. And is the location of text being affected by this? So if we change, let's say this, and give it a left margin, right? Oh, the text didn't change. Do we get an error? No, we didn't. Why not? Oh, because we're not doing anything with it. If we go back to the text, right, we get variable updates. Where were they? Variable here, right? We're just printing them out. Okay, thank you. I have to approve computer time. Hold on. There we go. So now we have text update, but we need to be able to set our left, etc. for this. And in this case, we have to, let's see, depending on the property. Okay, map. Oh, no, let's do match property. Because when we set right, that's going to be the maximum width of this. Yeah, I think when we get the top and left, so top and left are going to be basically the same thing. That's going to be the transformation point for the text. So let's just do join that. They're going to be the same thing. All right, when any of these happen. Oh, but we have to know which one that is. Was that left? Was that top? Can't combine them. Thought I heard something. Give me a sec. Gotta look up something. All right, we're good. Let's keep going. So let's say we did want to get the left working, right? The value that's coming in is an F64. You can see that here we were getting left and right set. Okay. The left and right values here are going to affect our position in space, but also the wrapping of the text. Let's keep that in mind. Maybe we should change our width here, because instead of width in meters being a property that you can set in the UI, get rid of this. Or we make this like an override or something else. Okay. For my purposes here, I think that text is always going to be within something else. Because we'll always put it in a box or something else, a spatial something. So we're gonna get rid of width in meters. And instead we're going to have left, right, because we'll need those. But if we get our top set, yeah, we'll need to have one of those. But then bottom is a calculated value. Let's just set them up. So we have left, right, top. No, not that. Bottom. Those are going to be F32s. They're not going to be set anywhere except for the constructor, and then it's calculated values. I'm going to move these up here, part of that. Width is gone. Okay, on this, it should be able to just fill them in. Thank you. Those are 0.0s, aren't they? Okay, width in meters is gone. Now we have layout, etc. That's gone. This is going to be right minus left. I know it. Right, left. Cannot subtract. Why not? Actually, just why not? Can you do borrowed F32s? I never noticed that before. That if you had a mutable F32 that you could not, excuse me, a exclusive reference to a mutable that's exclusive. If you have an exclusive reference to an F32, you cannot subtract it from another of the same kind. Huh. All right, this is good. Now let's get into this. Because we might get multiple of these, I think we'll use some sort of deferred setting. So in this case, we're just going to say self.left equal to value, right? Same thing here. Self.right or top. That was close. That's going to be equal to value and self.bottom equal to value. Now, we could, F64, F32, let value equals value adds underscore. Okay, so now we have the variable updates. How, let's just call, because once we have this, we're going to call layout, right? Problem, do we have, oh, we do have owner, okay. Self.layout, passing an owner. I mean, it's going to lay out the text all the time here. Fix me, consider preferred layout. Okay, now that'll fix the width and height, but not its position in space. Where do we do that? Layout, positions. Oh, who implements you? Here. I think we need to pass an offset into this. Looks like there's already an offset in here. Offset? Character offset line. If we change this to include some sort of kind of global offset, that would work. However, I think we should just change our position in space and not worry about those things moving so much. So in this case, what is it? Self dot, no, it's owner. Well, I want to set its translation. I mean, I think that's what I want to do, but everything else in here, I mean, it's just rendering inset. It's not changing its X and Y, like the border box, right? I mean, text would be the only one that actually moves in space whenever you do this. And if we did do it this way, we would change our ability to be able to animate the position of these. The other cool thing about this is that we're going to be able to rotate these. So let's turn off one of these. So in this case, you could offset some text and then like change its Y rotation. Come on. Ah, there we go. Like you can actually do stuff with this. Can we do 30? Yeah. I mean, this is really slow, but to show you here. But you can like flip these in and do other cool stuff with it outside. Hold on, I want to close that for a moment and open it again. It's going to crash, we know. Okay. So maybe we just render offset and leave the origin point consistent. Mm, yeah, I'm really second guessing this because if we don't do it this way, if we do move it in space, right? If we move it somewhere, then any transform we do will be according to that location. Yeah, we might need to redo this for some of these boxes because like this box in here, when you transform it, let's go back down to this. Come on. So we wanted to be able to transform that whole thing. Yeah, it'll take its child object too. But where is it transforming about? It's transforming about 0, which makes sense. But then if we go inside a little bit to this one, I don't know which one that is. Yeah, okay, it's that top piece of art. We transform this. It's also going around 0 instead of where it's going from its inset position. See? And I don't think that's what we want. So that's wrong. That's broken. Should we go change that real quick? Ooh, okay, let's change that after we finish the text. Okay, we will do this. Our new translation is going to be, what is this one? This one's a vector 3D. More art, yes, more art. Vector 3, this, is this just a module? So X is going to be self dot left, Y self dot top, and Z is 0 dot 0. All right, that should at least change the pad, like when the padding changes, all that, that should come in. Then we can optimize this. No, okay. Actually, that was really easy. That was too easy. Too easy. If you know what I mean. It's like it's not right. It's too easy. There we go. Oh, we had a big buffer there, didn't we? Oh, look at that. This is a test. Okay, which one are you? We got two of them. Oh, and they're inset. Look at that. So if we change this border box's left padding, it changes the text left. Lovely. Okay. But the width is messed up. The width isn't right. See, it's supposed to say, oh, cannot remove constraints. Borrow failed. Why? Oh, because this is already owned. Because we're receiving the message here. We do have to do the deferred layout. All right, self dot invoke deferred layout. What are we going to pass to you, layout? Nothing. We'll pass you nothing. We need to import this. I think that needs to be a vector over there. Let's see. No. This should be from use gd native ext : invoke. Invoke deferred. Yes. Ah, not for mutable reference. Really? Oh, that should be on owner. No wonder it didn't find it. It was the wrong type. Sure, it's unsafe. What else you got? How about some scalding hot tea? All right, so we defer, update that. Then we have left, top, right, etc. Let's go back to this. Line width is left minus right. So if it couldn't set that and then call this, basically if left is equal to right, then I don't want to do this. Again. Oh, look at that. Now we got this as a test way up there. We got two of them. The height, that's interesting. All right, so if we change this border box and give it some sort of left padding, that'll go to the right, and then eventually it'll word wrap, right? It did. Lovely. Okay, that's good. But it didn't adjust the height of these other elements. Nice. Okay, let's put that back to 0. And what are we getting in here? Getting text update, left, right, etc. It's odd that it did that so many times. So because we keep adding and removing constraints? Probably. Okay. So the offset is wrong because I believe this is supposed to be a negative top. All right. Now what about these boxes? Why don't they have a height? Our constraint should be getting set. Let's go into layout and enable some debugging right here. Oops. All right. Write everything. Wait for that. It's kind of like an electronic reggae. Huh. All right. Come on, you can do it. 25 seconds. Oh, look. I think we've got them at about the right spot. Let's change the thickness of these borders to like 0.1. Can we see inside then? Where's the other one? Padding, border. Okay, yeah, it was just underneath. Yeah, but we're still not getting the height constraint set up on this. Because the height of this should be equal to the height of its child. And we're supposed to be setting the height constraint of that child. So that should have given that a height. All right, so we have text 1 left, border box, text, border box 2. The bottom is set to 2. Okay, here we set the bottom of the text to 1.9. Actually, that seems okay. Where's, so what's the height of these fonts right now? The font size is 1, line height's 1. 1.9 seems large, but can we change like, oh yes, we can change the color. Funny. Forgot I hooked that up. Okay, here's from the top. So we set the right on these. The VBox gets right. Gets its left, okay. I'm looking for bottom being set on these. So here it's being set to 2, and here it's being set to 3. Is this because we didn't set the constraint correctly for the text? Okay, here. So our constraint. Constraint is saying that bottom is equal to top plus height. Oh, that should be it, right? Our top plus height. That's right. So either our top's not set correctly. Let's stare at the wall of text a little bit more. So if we look at the text border box one, it's left. Its bottom here is set to 2. That seems reasonable. Is it just because our text border box has some like outrageous radius on these? If we set these all to 0, yeah, they have no height to them. Here it's saying that the bottom is 1, bottom is 2. Text update, text 1 bottom. Why did it go from 1 to 2? And you can kind of see that they are offset. Right? Like here we have these two things. All right, let's just I'm going to take the border boxes out of the equation for a little bit. So I'm going to duplicate this VBox. Oops. Uh-oh. Did that twice. Let's get rid of that, get rid of that. Okay. Oh, and look at that. Why? These appear to have the right offset. You can see that it's actually off from 0 here, this bar up here. And then the next one, test 2. I don't know why test 2 is inset. It shouldn't be. Just going to reset the transform on these. Close and open the scene. There's a little Z tearing. Oh, look at that. It's just, yeah, setting itself over and over and over again. Okay. I got a little loop there. I think it's because we set the constraint and then we come down after getting these values set up. So we need to be able to settle. I think we should be able to tell if our current constraint is equal to the previous constraint. We've got height and everything. This would only be if our height has changed. So we only want to do this if the width and height changes. All right, let's update this. Let's say we have a previous width and a previous height, and we'll check those. And now we don't want to do this unless it all works. Oops. put that here. Same with this. This goes down here. Pull the height out. Now we have line width and height. We'll be setting those regardless. Or previous width, if that's not equal to line width, then we redo the constraints. And we need to set them. So self dot previous width equals, come on, equals width, line width. Self dot previous height is equal to line height. All right, so we have previous width. Oh, this should be self. And if they are different, then we change it. I mean, technically it's like, I guess it's just height, isn't it? If the height changes, because we don't really need to, constraint is just height based, which then is kind of from width anyway. So, all right, let's get rid of this. We're just gonna have previous height, not previous width. Oh, um, okay. So now we only update the constraint if the height changes. The height changes if the width changes enough to wrap the width, to wrap the line. Oh, look at that. They look like they're at about the right spot. Looks like it's settled. So yeah, the origin point on those is good. Nice, nice, nice. So yeah, we could use black and red text. Okay, and then if we make this really, really long, oh, wrong one. I didn't realize, wait, why is text one? Because our VBox, okay, our children are backwards. Last one's on top. Huh, that should have changed. Actually, because they're flipped, I'm not sure what to expect. Because this one's the first one, and it doesn't kick the other one down. And it's generating those at runtime. All those glorious little curves. It's drawing those. That little 3D fonts. Well, it's not 3D. You know what I mean. It's fonts in 3D. Okay, back to front view. So this one's height should actually, what order do they get added in? I'd expect Godot adds them this one, then that one. Okay, what about this one over here? Oh, that's fascinating. One of the boxes has some dimension. Which one is it? Oh, this one. The box is drawn upside down. Why is that box drawn upside down? The bottom didn't get set on that box. The top did. The top got set, but the bottom didn't. That border box. Well, that's interesting. And then the third one we can delete because we're not using. Goodbye. Okay. Do they get added in reverse order? Let's check that. Um, how do we check that? VBox on add child. Let here. Unsafe. Child that sim safe. Now it's a tref. Get path. That to Godot string. Okay. Let's save that. Let path equals to that. dbg path. So now we'll see what order they get added in. Save, quit, done. Okay, let's give that another start. Now let's see what order they get added in to the VBox. So we got VBox text 1 followed by VBox text 2. VBox 2, text border box 1, and text border box 2. So they do get added in the correct order. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. So if they're added in the right order, why are they upside down? So the first one is down here when it shouldn't be. Second one's up here. Is it because the axis is flipped here? Let's think about this. Well, we did set. See, where was it? Oh, that's VBox. We want text. So our values that are coming through, they're just set out right. Then we call layout. Layout, in turn, sets our translation to be negative top. I think that's all right because first one should be at the top and a ding, ding, ding. Negative is down from 0. This should be getting hit right away because previous height is 0. We started at 0. So why does the second one end up above the first one? Okay. Look here. So for text 1 and text 2, we're going to look at the tops here. Oh, where's text 2? Text 1, there's right. VBox. Text 1 bottom, text 1 top is here. Text 2 never gets its top set. That's why it's above it, because it's never set. And why is that never set? Constraint solver didn't think that the variable changed. Okay, we've got some sort of break here. So the first one's at the correct location, the second one isn't. Also, the first one, oh, not that one. First one's box is upside down. Oh, is the height inverted? Line height? What are we setting the height to? Line width, height. So it should be top plus height. Let's see what that is. What else? And this is the wrong line height. This should be self dot height, which we deleted. Which would have been self dot layout dot height. So that was wrong. In which case, we know that this is just going to be a positive value. Oh, we are. Wait, what? Did I just? Yeah, that should have just been height. Okay. And we are constraining our bottom value to be equal to our top value plus height. Now our top value should be equal to our container's top value. Yes, that should be fine. But our bottom value should be equal to top plus height, and this should be getting added. We can go to layout, add constraint, see if that's getting added. That's going to be noisy. Let's do that, just see if we can find it in there. It's, yeah, we can trigger it just for that one element. Okay. Now we're going to change this text and get it to do some stuff. But if we do this and it wraps, that doesn't actually do anything here. Oh, where's text? It's supposed to call layout at that point. And then if it is in the tree, we do some stuff. But height didn't change. Why didn't the height change? Self.height. Let's see, it's supposed to be here. Wait, why do we have two of these? We have layout sizing, which I don't think that we're using. And then we have layout. Oh, because we're not calling layout sizing. I split these up because of Flexbox. Okay, let's put them back together. Then we'll just call layout. Let's see, basically at the end here, we want to do that. Okay, which means that we need max line. Max line is set here. Actually, let's give this a split. All right, this one down here is below. Okay. Then we have line width, max width. Okay. And what about, all right. So we need the font face. Then what do we have? We have chart position, known. And here we have the entries. Did we used to do this two different ways? Yes, this one was just looping through trying to get that information from the max width and height. Right? We already got max line. And here we're just getting the offset. Because we don't need the glyph ID. We don't need the width. horizontal advance, any of that. But we do need char right. I see. We actually need to get the rightmost piece of this, which is the character width, which we're not getting because we don't have it. Okay, let's delete this now. Layout sizing, goodbye. So back to text, we call layout. Should do everything, which is probably also why our height never changed, because we weren't calling layout sizing. Wow. Height. You know what? We oh, where was it? Where was it? Where's layout? One, text layout. We don't need the width. We don't need the max width. We're not using that for anything. We just want the height. And we calculate that at the end. So max width can go away, which means all of that goes away. Huh, okay, let's go. The layout wasn't actually constructing the height. It was always setting that to 0. Should be something now. It was able to position it in space. That would explain a lot of this. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Oh, let's close Godot. All right, that built. Let's run it again. Now our text has height, which means that the VBoxes and the border boxes that they are within should also have a correct height. Well, fancy. Look at that. That's really, really big. Um, okay, well, it's got a height. Might be too big. What did it set the height to? 6,144 meters. That needs to be adjusted by the scale. So height here is going to be layout.height divided by a scale. That should give us a smaller value. Okay, kill that, run this. All right, and then after that, we've got the left side to fix for the border box, the V box. When those get inset, I don't think we should be moving the just insetting the rectangle, I think we should be moving the left of the rect. Seriously? Height. Whoa! Yeah, that's not right. That's even bigger. I got that backwards. Oh yes, these are in meters. We need to do that the other way. Okay, let's invert that. Come on. You can do it, control. It's actually a lot faster to compile that when I'm not streaming. Ah, the height is 3. Lovely. Ah, look. It's beautiful. We even got the J hanging out. That's perfect. Well, nearly perfect. Wow. Okay, so we might want to take into account the descender height. Huh. All right, or we just adjust the line height, right? It's like 1.2. Oh no, that changes the gap, but not the space underneath. That's right. So we can tighten that up and say like, oh, it's 0.9. We're gonna crush these. Maybe like a 0.8. Yeah, get it really tight together. Or just one. Okay, so let's turn the second one on. Oh, it actually calculated this incorrectly. This is a test. There is no height. It's off by 1. The height is 0 because layout, no, not that layout, text layout. Oh, we don't need the font face, the max line. It's going to be line 0 plus line height. Now we also need the descender height. I mean, maybe we get the font face back? And then we could get face dot, well, what do we got there? Horizontal face descender. Okay. What else we got? Glyph name. Capital height. We got the vertical ascender. We didn't get the vertical descender. That's what I want. Unwrap for default. That'll give us a 0 as F32. Plus descender. We're only worrying about the descender at the end of these. I think we actually take the vertical ascender into account somewhere else. Yeah, the vertical advance, vertical ascender and line gap. Okay. All right. Well, that built. Kill it, run it. That should fix two things: the descender being included inside the box, and the last line of the text not being included. Oh, look at that. I mean, it's not quite right. We don't have any descenders in there. If we added a J or something, that would J to the end. Yeah, that gave us a 0. Fem from Mars, good morning. How are you? Okay, so that descender didn't do anything. However, we did fix the outer box. Let's check. The next one, oh, it's in a different place. Why? Why are they in that order? Um, so for both of these, if I set the margin to be like a 0.2, then we get a little gap around them. That's nice. And if we set both of these to have a radius on the top left of, let's say, 0.2, then we make them little rounded things, give them some padding, 0.1. There we go. The J still bothers me. How does somebody even start in game development? Um, well, first, are you a programmer? Do you have programming experience? Okay, our descender didn't work. That was disappointing. C++ and Java. Okay, okay. And do you have, so game development? There's lots of different kinds of games. There's toy games, there are puzzle games, story games, and you have to kind of determine what you want to build. Do you have a project in mind? Because the project is going to dictate a lot of the rest of it. So, like Minecraft is kind of just a sandbox, right? That they plugged a story onto after the fact. Um, I don't know if you remember Line Rider. Line Rider is just a toy. Well, yeah, indie games, that's the whole bucket, right? That's everything. Well, Line Rider is just a little physics toy. So here, you got a little guy there, and you draw something. Wee. And you say go, right, wherever go is. Oh, play. You put them on there, and it's just physics, and it goes, right? And that's fun. Why did I pick Rust for game dev? Well, I wanted to learn Rust. That's it, really. So Line Rider is fun, but it's a toy. It's just a little physics toy. Um, there are lots of different kinds of indie games from Mars. Thank you for the follow, by the way. The I'm building a psychological thriller game, so I want it to be mostly audio based. So it's going to be very light on the UI, but I need the UI to be impressive, which is why we're going through all this work to create these pieces that we could individually shade and etc. Um, now, also Tadas, I or Tada SV123. Um, in terms of picking Rust for game dev, I also wanted to avoid garbage collection. I don't like garbage collection in games, and it's hard to manage. So that cut out a lot of languages, right? Also wanted it to be compiled and able to run on mobile right? So Android, iOS, etc. Um, and I didn't want my choice to keep it from working on um, let's say platforms. So that's there too, and that could definitely influence which languages you choose for development. Because if you choose like Python, right? Yeah, sure you can do desktop stuff, but getting Python on mobile, it's not going to work so well. Or goodness, a PS3 or PS4. Maybe you were ruined by Go over the years. That's funny. Um, yeah, for me, I've done enough C, C++, and Java and Erlang. Like I spent 5.5 years doing email parsing in C, and oh my goodness, people go out of their way to get past like spam filters and stuff. So like having a test system where you're just pumping huge amounts of email that you've collected over the years through this, just just to make sure it doesn't crash. And then having Rust and being able to say like, oh, I know it's not going to crash because I'm not using unsafe Rust. I'm using all the good pieces, right? All the safe bits. Now, why didn't we get a descender on this? So yeah, I mean, it's for me the target audience, right? Which platforms do I want it to run on? Influences which programming language I choose, and then combine that with personal interests, right? And weigh them because you might still want to use Go, or you might want to use C++ or Java, and that will influence like you might have to cut out a platform or two because of your language decisions. So, and then just the kind of game. I think I'd like to tell a story, right? And I'd like to launch a game eventually, which means that I'm not building an engine, so I have to choose an engine. There's lots of different engines out there, and if you're a C++ coder, you could do what I'm doing, but with a C++ uh, GD native, right? That's just Godot. Just build a game. What are we looking at this for? I don't know. Oh, I was going to come over here and look at crates.io. We need to get the TTF stuff. Also, we've got a bunch of commands in here. You can talk to Capitan, our bot. Very friendly, very helpful bot. Our archives are on our YouTube channel. So if you just need something in the background, we got lots of that. Say TTF parser 2 months ago. I want the documentation on this because I want to see the descender. Oh, it's got descender as opposed to vertical descender. I love C. Yeah. Legit embedded for scripting certain parts. Oh, yes. Random crashes at that point. And in that case, it could have been a compiler bug, could have been all sorts of things. I made, like Node.js, but I made one with Erlang and Lua. So you have Lua scripts inside an Erlang VM. And that worked out pretty well. Just didn't do anything with it. Thought it was just a fun project. Typographic descender. Okay, what's the difference between a vertical descender and a horizontal descender? Give us some images. All right. Anatomy of a typeface. There's descender, ascender, yes. Aperture, interesting. Serif, sans serif. Okay, I don't see like a vertical descender. Let's just use descender then. Do I use Vim for Java Dev? I don't. I don't do Java Dev anymore. I like this song. It just requires too much thinking. Yeah, most of the coding I do right now is it's going to be Rust, web dev stuff. Type annotations needed, sure. As F32. Why couldn't it figure that out? Everything else is an F32. All right, that's baking. Gonna kill that off. Hopefully this fixes the descender, because if that's good, then I'm happy with that. Hey, thank you for the follow. Then I want to build up some stream tools for this. So I want to get the little ting thing when we get events like that. Because I use OBS, I don't use like Streamlabs or anything. Um, that went the wrong way. It looks like if we subtracted the descender, why is that negative? What in the world? DBG this. How in the world did we go from? I mean, aren't I guess it depends. Because what if 0 is baseline, right? And you're like, oh, my descender is negative 13. It's like, oh, that goes below baseline. I don't know enough about fonts. Yeah, we don't have any leading set up because we're using line height. I want to be able to adjust that. Yeah, let's kill it, run it again. Show us your secrets. Negative 512. Okay, so it is negative. So we do have to subtract from that. All right, good. Kill that. Give that a run. That should fix the ascender descender problem we were having. And what's after that? Oh, after that, I might do it tomorrow though. Um, Adjusting the origin points for the V boxes, the H boxes, all that stuff. It might actually be really quick to do. Oh, beautiful. Okay, look at that. Now, if we could get them in the right order. Oh, they are in the right order. Good. This one's the green one. We got the red one. Oh, the green came out really funny. Anyhow, that looks like it works. And should be resizable. So if we adjust this, yes, it constrains that down. The top box got taller, resized, and our constraints got re-registered. Lovely. Okay, let's keep going. Look at that. Yeah, now we need some sort of scroller because it's going to be possible. So we'll need some sort of scroll system so that inside of here we'd be able to scroll depending on the screen width. I like this. Okay. If we trim down this, yeah, very cool. Okay, now what if, I just want to test these out a little bit. So on the top one, if we set the margin, the left margin to be larger, oh, nice. Okay, squishing that does push the other one down. Nice. Using the margin, we can basically left align or right align things. Oh, okay. That's just a VBox. That's good. That's slick. Okay, I like that. I'm happy with that. Let's give that a save. This is definitely a checkpoint moment. Yeah, let's get rid of this. What else we got? DBGs. Got a bunch. Huh. Add child. Oh, that's a debug assert. Wait. I mean that. Oh. We didn't save that file. That one can go away finally. Height. Yeah, you're done. What else? This height also done. That's gone. Okay. Now for E print lines. Okay. Yep. Text moved. That's good. What do we have here? Yeah, we trimmed that out. That keep that. Border box. Oh yes, and we split. What do we split the container? Split container. We're gonna raid Brook. We hardly ever get a raid Brook. Brook's doing a GGEZ game, which is a Rust game engine. All right. Well, thank you all for hanging out, following along with this. And again, if you want to hang out offline, we got a little Discord thing going. Also does stream announcements because the Twitch ones can be a little iffy. Um, yeah, thank you. So until next time, y'all. Bye bye.